chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Napoleon another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Good morning, everyone. So it looks like we start day 7 with shenanigans already. I have us to the very start of the day, and then the defense basically immediately asks for a sidebar with the judge, and there are at least 2 sidebars and fans that we watch for at least 2 different, times. So let's get into this ish show. We do eventually get into testimony with the CSI guy. So sadly, Brian didn't, decide to plead all the guilty, or at least the judge couldn't take it. I don't know. That is sort of the rampant speculation that is going on, that the defense is reading the room, possibly for the first time in the trial, and realizing that not one person with a IQ above room temperature is buying their story. Now, I have no confirmation as to what caused the really long sidebars that we're getting ready to look at, but that sort of is the scuttlebutt going around the interwebs, that the defense is looking around and seeing that this is going about as well as, Chernobyl, and has decided to maybe throw in the towel. Now, life couldn't be that beautiful. We are stuck with Old Man River crossing CSI guy, so let's get into this. And we are going to go on 1.25 because that seems to work for us, but if it ever gets too fast, let me know in the chat.
Superior Court Indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. Somebody needed to see me.
We need to see you, sidebar.
Okay.
Okay, so then we go to roughly, I want to say 20 minutes. Then it looks like you think they're coming back. And then we're again back with watching this doofus. So it's a good almost, 45 minutes of sidebar. Now, there were people that were on the chat that were saying that the judge had actually gone back into chambers. Again, these were rando people in chat. Not that I don't trust, the collective wisdom that can come from, chat. I just don't know if this is actually true. But there were, speculations that the judge had actually gone into chamber at this point, or chambers.
All right, I'll see you back up here.
And then we go straight back to a sidebar. Now, Brian looks incredibly fidgety, nervous. Now, again, with the caveat that we are at 1.25. But he does seem to have really aged significantly in the past several days. And we essentially have this for another good long bit. Again, I don't even think we are told. Yeah, we are never given any reason as to why these 2 fairly long breaks happened. Now, the defense attorney's hair is looking on point
Yes, we
today,
are. Thank
though.
you. Can I get a new one? So Tiffany, you want this back? Yes, please.
There was also speculation that there might be an issue with a juror or something. Those are all of the more common ones. I mean, there were other random, ridiculous ones like a Canton FBI sort of connection. So, whichever choose your adventure conspiracy that you'd like to pick, it's your game. Howdy, howdy.
Sounds good.
Madam Clerk, do you have the list?
Jurors entering.
Good morning, Snipe Hunter, sorry. Let's see, won't be here long again. I'm sure I missed all kind of exculpatory evidence for Brian. There is as much evidence to prove there is more proof of the ancient alien theory on, A&E Network than there is in Brian's defense. There is actually more proof that there is a snipe than Brian's defense. Oh God, no, don't tuck that in. Ew. No one wants to see your butt. Ugh.
Thank you.
So, if you think exit, this is how I kind of keep it in my mind. It might work for you or not. So exit, is how I think of it. So excluding Brian. So exculpatory means, it excludes you. So it's kind of evidence proving that your innocence. Now, inculpatory, I just look at in, and then it's included. It includes you. I don't know if that'll help you or not help you, but that's how I remember things like that.
Hear ye. All persons having any with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernand. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Ron here, give your attention to shall be heard. Lieutenant the call of the Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We're going to start today, as we do every day, with questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media? And you still all have open minds?
Now, I said that this is where I think the defense and if the jury is honest, this case is going to run into some problems. And someone got upset, like, don't discourage open minds. And I think at some point, a juror is going to raise their hand, because at some point, I need to know her definition of open mind to see if I can still qualify, because I would basically raise my hand and say, okay, does open mind mean suspend all cortex function? Because I'm willing to entertain possibilities. I'm not willing to swallow whole hook, line, and sinker, a story that was cooked up by thinking hobbyists. Like, they don't use their brains all the time. These are people that it is a banner day if they actually get, any sort of brain function above, a refrigerator. Because I feel like at some point, a juror's going to say, okay, does open mind mean functionally unable to function? Because I think it's a fair question, because there is a difference between being open to being shown evidence and whatever the hell the defense is doing. But that's my opinion. No, I think it is important that the jury has an open mind, but an open mind doesn't mean give up all logic and suspend disbelief to the point that, it's a black hole of sanity. Now, I did promise that I would start drinking today, day drinking. If any mentions of autoerotic asphyxiation are brought up again today, and we have a couple of things today to make this day, well, not the hell that it's going to be, because Old Man River is going to be with CSI Guy. So if autoerotic asphyxiation is handy. Now, if we never reach that level, I do have candy to keep me sane. We have the bad touch doll. So when Old Man River starts hurting me in the frontal cortex, or giving me a migraine, or hurting me in the soul, I can pinpoint for my future upcoming class action lawsuit where I will say, he hurt me. And final, the piece de resistance, of course, in my terrible Midwestern accent, y'all. Okay, yeah, my hair doesn't look great after a hat. No one's does. You guys, my husband is the greatest man ever. He co-signed, I have a Carmen Sandiego costume and a Carmen Sandiego hat. So when we need to speculate, when we need to go off, the beaten path and figure out what's going on, Carmen Sandiego. If we need to figure out where in the nebulous fuck the defense is going, Carmen Sandiego. To here now, don't expect me to remember geography or any of that stuff. This is merely cosmetic. I don't play a geographer on, I only play a geographer on YouTube for the costume. Okay? Don't expect to learn anything. This isn't Wishbone or Franklin. But, there you go. Yes, I brought props because I swear I can't anymore. It was floated yesterday that she possibly died of autoerotic asphyxiation. Yes. You guys, I started laughing yesterday when I was trying to explain to Mr. Moe what was going on. And I'm like, I don't know if I were a juror, if I couldn't just start hysterically laughing at some points because of the BS they're trying to sell us. I mean, I put more stock in the historical reality of Good Dinosaur, okay? The Pixar movie, which I actually thought was really cute. It wasn't a big, popular movie, but if you guys know anything about my youngest, most feral child, he might have been aptly represented in the feral cave boy. And look, it's one of my favorite movies because the feral puppy child reminds me of my youngest child. But let's get into this show.
Thank you all jurors. For the
Jurors,
record, all jurors answered
surprisingly
in the affirmative to all 4 questions. You can have the witness back on the
open-minded.
stand.
The paper shuffle noise is brought to you by the judge.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much.
And Timu John Cena is back on the stand, waging battle against, illogic and improbability, incredulity at the questions he's being asked. Will he be able to keep a straight face?
Sure. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to that home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday.
Let's get Pacific up in here.
Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder.
Because that's normal. I love how we're just like, so remember when we were talking about the grisly process that the medical examiner had to do going through that clumpy material, finding hairs and blood clots? Yeah, do you remember that powder? Please tell me he's going to say baking powder was simply in the refrigerator and he panicked.
And Mr. Sheehan,
Thank you so
you've
much,
seen
Tammy.
Photographs of the rug that was found impeding in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to the what bottles? Like, what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning.
CSI man, are you aware that my client did 10% of a half-assed job cleaning up after his dismemberment? Are you aware the level to which his mediocrity rises? You know, he didn't even open half of the bottles of cleaner, so ipso facto, if he didn't use all of it, you must acquit. I rest my case. Your Honor. This is one of the few times where I would say that actually having Daryl Brooks as your third-party intervener might be more effective.
Items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's, they didn't appear to be.
Tammy, thank you for the super chat. Mo, can you please give a whiteboard depiction of what my brain processed with this line of questioning? I will give you what the defense's idea is, and I actually cleaned off my whiteboard, so I'm all proud of myself. I'm like actually planning things and doing them. So strange. It's a brand new world of insanity. Dry erase. This is dry erase too. Good. I usually get, if you guys used to go to school in the 90s and early aughts, you know the wet erase things that your teacher would use on the projector for godforsaken math class. So here is where the defense is going. Not guilty. Guilty, and the plan is somewhere. At what point do we let the redheaded chick talk? At what point does someone go over to, Old Man River and tell him that, we appreciate the work he did on the Magna Carta and we appreciate that he fought against Lincoln, but, and his tyranny, and that's great, but it's time to retire. Let someone who can pass a cognitive test and possibly remember what year we're in. And no, that isn't ageist. This man is awful. This man has obviously worked in law for a gajillion years and continues at this level of mediocrity. Now, I don't know if that means what that means for the hiring practices of, the law in Massachusetts, but really, I have been, other than the defense, I have been pleasantly surprised about the actual, factual functionality of every other facet of this trial. Actual investigation, actual officers who know what they're doing. I mean, an actual district attorney who's not a whiny bitch, but actually has a case. A judge that, goes through motions and respects the jury's time. It's been like a Christmas effing miracle. And then the defense has to crap on my parade of actually having a functional, thoughtful trial for Massachusetts. Congratulations.
Have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were...
I need to get I didn't realize now, okay, y'all, I'm going to be very honest with you. There are times that Youngest Most Feral is in my room playing with my white erase board because he wants to hang out with me, and obviously he can't hear my streams, but he wants to hang out with me and basically play with markers. So I do need to go get another black one because, look, I am not above bribery at this point, and he's not asking for a tablet, which is also a bit of a Christmas miracle.
There were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still, in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood spatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not...
Well, I don't believe, again, he would be the witness that would be writing down those observations. In my experience, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but in watching trials, there's a separate facet, speciality that talks about blood spatter. They're generally not the ones that are doing either the preemptive DNA test or the sort of in-laboratory DNA analysis. They're like a whole separate species. Same, same kingdom, same phylum, different species.
Determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
Mo is correct. Mo is correct. What the hell is wrong with this lawyer? Again, here's my question. My question is, how has he practiced law? I mean, again, maybe he just got his license. Maybe he was an older student. I don't know. Maybe I'm profiling, assuming that he's been doing this for a long time. Maybe this is, in fact, his first trial. And if that is the case, I give him grace.
And I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
Because you incredibly moronic, my incredibly moronic muse of a migraine, my migraine progenitor defense attorney, let me explain this to you. Luminol is generally used when you can't see blood visibly. Now, Brian left, and I quote scientifically, all the fucking evidence every fucking where. So basically all they had to do is put on this little thing that would react in the presence of certain amino acids that are present in, well, ferret and human blood. So, maybe he was slaughtering ferrets for his new ferret coat, move over, mink coats. But sure, that's exactly what he was doing. Move over chinchilla coats, meet the new ferret coat. Y'all, I can't do another 13 days of this. I'm literally going to start doing Mad Libs for the court. I am. They're going to be smarter and more coherent than this defense.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday you referred to in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? What we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Jesus, from yesterday, we only went over it like a gajillion and 27 times. Look, I graduated before No Child Left Behind. I'm a twice college dropout. And yet, with my astounding, understanding of fucking vocabulary, I can ascertain the difference between, presumptive and confirmatory. It's almost like it's in the gosh darn name. Dear God, I cannot deal with his stupid. I'm sorry. Apparently today I woke up and chose fucking violence. And I'm sorry, my potty mouth. I may need donations to the swear jars, y'all. So pray for my soul now and at the hour of this stupidity.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you used that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest that using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the red bits, giblets in heaven. Where is Alessi when you need him? This is why this, you guys, this is why it is imperative that if you are, again, science is something, medicine is something that you can't really, unless you have lived in that world, really understand all the words in the common terminology, and why it is kind of good that Karen Reed had access to a lawyer that could speak the same language as the experts. Holy God, pray for me.
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 millionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, right?
Correct.
And the only place...
Okay. Is the defense floating out that Anna simply, like Mo, forgets every time she shaves her leg that she in fact still has a shin and knees, and in the 30 years since she started shaving still hasn't figured out how not to cut the ever-living hell out of herself? And do... So basically, every normal house has blood everywhere. Any one of us could have, something that happened to Brian, to be sitting in the defendant's chair like Brian Walshe. I mean, who among us doesn't have a bunch of blood in the basement and a carpet that they threw away at mommy's house, along with all of the evidence?
In this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
If the blood's below the surface, he doesn't deserve this. I have a Johnny Cochran saying for every way this defense is going to go. I think that's a good one. If the blood's under the surface, he doesn't deserve this. Defense, I'd actually stick with this one. This seems to be like the best one.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. Are you ready?
Yes.
So, having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing that we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sartec card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So, when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything, even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, you didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the skin.
Is it fair to say you only found blood in the basement, sir? Like the same question I've asked you 84 times. Can't the judge move this along?
Airway, correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in the living room area that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please? You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second.
Well, as you know, we all cement down our rugs. They are not, in fact, mobile items of decor that we can move anywhere. Ipso facto, if the rug is in the living room, this defense would make sense if you were on shrooms.
Floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, plus better evidence on the fireplace that you see in exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in exhibit 97, lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was happening. And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red brown stain you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
Holy crap, dude. If we're going to talk about, jigsaw puzzles that need to be solved, can Brian go first, MFer? Again, I don't know. Y'all, it is too daggone cold. Hagatha is in a mood. Apparently, we are getting Snowmageddon, like the sequeling this week. I am not in the mood for stupid. So, I apologize, but I chose rage today, okay?
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see, can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterize as
No, because he wouldn't be the witness. Again, if you had paid attention at all during direct examination, you would realize that if there are limited quantity or basically you can't see any of the DNA evidence with your eyeball, Mr. Nanograms, then they don't do a confirmatory test in order to preserve the very limited quantities that they possibly got with the, presumptive test. Again, it's almost like if you pay attention in class, you could know the answers, sweetie. I'm rooting for you, son.
screening test results as possible blood? You don't know if it's blood or not, do you?
That is correct.
Since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any.
If only there were a couple other items that seemed to have a bunch of, I don't know, stains on them. Like a hammer, shears, hacksaw, snips, you know, just a couple things. It's almost like we don't need to even bother with the knife above the fridge.
Biological substance on it, like blood, at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke this stair, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took the majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Kiwi Green, I'm joking, but basically that was one of the sort of possible reasons for a sudden unexpected death, that we kind of did our choose your own adventures. If only we had a body to test, kind of thing that the defense did. We spent an awful lot of time on, at least for me, someone dying of autoerotic asphyxiation, and then possible pressure on the necular region during the smexy time.
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who was a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January? Once again, we understand it's approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for evidence, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
Those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations, or shortly thereafter, and then later on, you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file, and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of the fact that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your rooms. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate.
Oh my God, this is such a Daryl Brooks move. This is such a Sov-Sit move. Well, I looked at the report that someone else wrote and you didn't remember it. No, he is responsible for his own notes. That is where he has to be very, very honest. He said he didn't remember. This isn't the gotcha Matlock moment you think it is. Your Honor, when asked about everywhere but the dismemberment scene, they found nothing. If you didn't find it, you must acquit. I rest my case.
At least in some instances, that baseboards in certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Thug judge, please end this. Isn't there like a mercy rule? I mean, I know they have it in baseball, I think. Maybe in football. Probably in arm wrestling. Oh, God. This defense attorney is insufferable. Guessing he isn't allowed to bring that one in. He's like, no, that's evidence, that's evidence, that's evidence. Howdy, howdy. We are waiting.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I can do sidebar.
Yes, you may.
It's sidebar. Now, there might be something involving the Massachusetts state troopers. I only really watched the Karen Reed trial as an outside observer and really didn't keep up on the whole Canton triangle of crazy and all of the drama and llama going around. So there might be some links that do include, maybe the troopers not being the best at gathering evidence or something like that. But I am not aware of it. So I guess we're going to see what Grumpy McYelly Pants is, what, Abe Simpson is over here yelling about. I think that's what I'm going to call him from now on, Abe Simpson.
You said you acknowledge the picture of the entire,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I ask, of course, permission to approach with the report.
So, okay, think about work notes as being like a lawyer's work product. Basically, it's the stuff you use to write a report. He's not going to generally look at her work product. He's going to read the report. I don't know if it's in the same courthouse. Even though I cosplay as Carmen Sandiego, I am not good with geography.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
And I think that's what the state is going to make an argument, but I'm very clear that I'm not a lawyer, so I could be totally wrong about whatever, Abe Simpson is. We have had sirens, but they're not as obnoxious.
You may.
I do see what the defense is trying to do here. They are trying to show that this investigation, was not thorough. There were missteps. There were too many people in there, that any of the evidence
Yes.
could be contaminated.
Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a two-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury that would be one of the reports you review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
Holy shit, dude. When the lab tech is doing the out loud bless your heart, but not in the kind way, let's do a replay on that one, because I think that was the best what the hell am I doing here?
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
That eyebrow got higher than the previous elevation, which was akin to Mount Fuji. It was at this moment that he questioned going to high school and achieving, well, any formal education. When this man can be a lawyer, what the hell was I doing going into debt for college?
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230. You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells, or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is considered the control. In fact, the control would be the normal. You would assume if you are making the hypothesis that these are Brian's shoes, then the control would actually be, look, you don't know what you're talking about. You have turned my brain into mush. I hate you. Allegedly in Minecraft. Until adjudicatedly in the court of Mo. Swear to goodness, this man already, like, my ADHD meds are not even helping no more.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this Exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the.
So what the defense is trying to push forward here is that because the light gray slippers and the dark gray slippers were in a bag with other bloody material, that really, I mean, how can you say that that blood got there not by osmosis? I mean, how can you say they just didn't, rub off on, the other items? I mean, that picture, let's go back to the photograph that we were, because, the defense wants you to believe that this is simply because they were thrown in the trash bag near and around other, possibly stained items. This doesn't look like a direct, saturation pattern. No, this is a transfer pattern. Can't you tell?
Onto this Exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor. It was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that when you're concerned for cross-contamination,
If in compactor evidence lies, homicide does not apply. I can come up with these all days, Grandpa Simpson.
And you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination. It's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, do not tell me that now the trash compactor is in on the conspiracy to frame this man. Can we get the trash compactor in the court to defend its honor? Again, I put to chat, at this point, having Sarah Boone as his pro se, advocate might be more affectatious than this man.
you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you had no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compact, didn't it?
That is correct.
So I guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in the bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item.
All right, no, we need a puppy kitten break. No, just no. No, I'm gonna start having a no.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
If only there was something to make this go faster.
If I may, the photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items.
Oh, thank God, we only have
may
20
not
more
depict
minutes.
The condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the fact that
Grandpa Simpson, have you been watching any of the trial for which you are defending your client? Are you paying attention? Have you caught anything? Are you in the room with us? Quick, what year are we in?
there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
The trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was...
This particular witness is part of the forensic lab sort of people. Now, he's the one that sort of does the sort of preemptive tests and gets everything ready for DNA sampling. So he kind of, swabs all the things, labels, does the confirmatory test on items that he can, and basically gets all the swabs ready to go. There was a clump of hair found on the bottom of the dark gray slippers. Thank you so much. I didn't realize we were streaming together. I would probably rather be playing Zombie Apocalypse right now than this current dumpster fire on top of Chernobyl mixed with, a Sharknado, worse than Tara Reid's current predicament.
16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that...
But the defense has pointed out that some of these items might have gone through a trash compactor, and by the power of magic and imagination, come with me and you'll see a world of pure bullshit imagination. In this world, trash compactors lead to contamination. Come on, it could happen. The wild world of dismemberment.
The item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And, of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort, right?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
Occam's razor says that that probably is caked baking powder that they obviously found, covering the rug. Now, again, that's speculation, and they did manage to test some of the powder, but yeah, it doesn't look like skin cells, and I'm going to trust Timu John Cena from the crime lab before I'm going to trust Grandpa Simpson's forensic, opining.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examined this, you examined it with the protocols that you used, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to
The exact opposite of what you just said.
these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
All of
those
what you
things.
focused here, without repeating related, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area, that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
You would have gotten away with it if people didn't have things like logic. And yes, there could have been transfer, but not within, and I'm guessing whoever is going to be doing further analysis of the tools, in addition to this, they're probably going to be able to go inside of crevices in different places to be very, very clear that these originated from this particular tool, not from squunching together.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding the hat that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on the hatch, correct?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if, in fact, it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly. Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment.
Swear to goodness, if it shows white spots on January 4th or 8th, I'm going to lose my ish.
Skimmon, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there.
Wait a minute, because the defense told me that you can't move rugs. Rugs are, in fact, an immovable object. Ipso facto, if the rug was moved, nothing happened.
There was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you described that fireplace as having what looked like your hair was, right?
Yes,
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brickwork? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down. Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. You just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, Raymond.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following a specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we
It means that they wear the approved, 15 plus amount of flair on their outfits. They are in fact a team player. At least that's how I would accreditate things if I ran the country.
are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under two different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's how we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags, and that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And so a combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper.
Oh, sir, you shouldn't have said that you got a beer net. So does it like do one of these? Is it like a snood for your face? Does it go here? Doop. Doot, doot, doot. He looks like a really unenthusiastic lunch lady. I probably shouldn't put that. No, I don't want to print that. Daggone it, I did this yesterday. I should not be allowed to play with new technology. With great humor comes great responsibility, and I don't have it.
Before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained K on basement floor, 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw, 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw, 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven, and that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the
I thought he was going to say an easy bake oven. Sorry.
oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
How did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Suman Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, After the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the fourth step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the fourth step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Summon Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
I know, Amplicon sounds like an awesome punk band. Do you like electricity? Do you like contractors? Come to Amplicon, where you can get all your amps for both your guitars and electronic needs.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions.
Oh, God, no, you lie all the time, dude.
morning.
It's never a few questions.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests, you've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer, and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That's correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But as, what is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that, forensic scientists 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That's correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Steve.
I mean, let's just, call it a crime scene for hypotheticality. But you've never seen any of how that DNA might have could got together. I keep waiting for Ashton Kutcher to pop out and tell us we're getting punked.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So jurors, with that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
All right. We are going to skip through the morning break because, well, we just are. JKD Buck, are they worse than the
Great.
defense?
Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr.
Attorney-
Mutlu over the break.
Yes,
And
Your
over
Honor.
that, I mean over the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
This might be the first time we are actually nearly up to speed with this.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
We got done with the lab tech who I think did all of the sort of mechanical processing the DNA. And basically the defense tried to remind everyone that, these DNA tests can't tell you how the DNA got on there, or what happened, how on let's just call it a hypotheticality that, this is a crime scene, how Anna's DNA and Brian's might have gotten onto a hacksaw. Well, no one can ever know based on the DNA test.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And then I do anticipate, since they talked about batch testing and there being a limit to how much DNA can be tested at a time, that we're probably going to see either these two, forensic people again in the trial, or we're going to see their counterparts in the trial for the other items, because I think they can only submit 5 to 6 at a time.
Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what unit are you assigned to?
The DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to laboratory standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case, 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence.
No, I have a question before that because it's going to bother me. Did we attempt to do breakup bangs up here? Was this a moment where we were deciding we were going to attempt to do the wolf cut by Bradley Mondi or whatever his name is? And we got the scissors, through the first little chonk, and then we decided, oh, hell no, this was a bad idea. Because as every woman can attest, we have all tried, therapy by bangs. It never works. It's always a terrible idea. But I do have some questions because I feel like this was a recent attempt at bangs. And I don't know why I know why I am so fixated on that. I have given my brain the permission to wander because we've all heard about the, what is DNA?
In 23-00596. How did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit, so I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we refer to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
And this is, I mean, as much as we are joking, probably a lot of the reason that this trial is going to take this additional week going into a third week, possibly a fourth week, is simply the amount of people that are going to have to testify for these nearing 300 pieces of exhibits.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Ooh, cute
Do you
ponytail.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Daria, you grew up to be a forensic scientist? This makes so much sense. We love you, Daria Morgendorfer, wherever you are.
Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON-FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I changed my mind. Quinn Morgendorfer with that voice.
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
I'm I'll get a crick in my neck just watching her neck do the angle thing. I have rarely seen people completely pivot their neck and not their entire body.
Have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I performed steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instruments, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An Easy One robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why?
Are we meeting every single member of the Massachusetts State Crime Lab today, I guess? And now to Troy McClure from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab. You may remember him from such, testimonies as, well, Judson Welcher wasn't available and Hank Brennan said I had to come.
Why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals.
Okay, now she's messed up the word extract for me. Now, whenever I think of extract, I'm going to think of like the concentration of Brian Smug. Ooh.
To the tubes with the samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler, and this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling, and this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be that those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step.
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your education?
Howard Hughes, could you stop your daughter from starring in Jurassic Park movies? Could we just end Jurassic Park movies? Thank you.
Educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from
Wait, it's Jessica Chastain that's in the Jurassic Park movies. It's his daughter's in the M. Night Shyamalan movies.
Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency, and then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in Pennsylvania as well, doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
Beige.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample. I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step. Is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
This way. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all 3 of those, you did
Yes.
that. Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
I don't know, but the Easy One robot makes me think of something that would be in Fallout.
Second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the third step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have to.
Go right ahead.
Oh, dear Lord, is he going to bring up the oily substance and, excuse me, nearly choked myself to death on a jelly bean? Because, you know.
And first off, all I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver, if you'd like.
Miss Oliver. Can you tell the jury a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Sure. So different materials in the environment.
Okay, again, if she was able to get enough of a sample in DNA, to move forward to amplification, then whatever the greasy substance was, didn't inhibit that amplification. But this man is going to die that this hatchet head was covered with some sort of industrial machining lubricant and not human tissue.
Can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue jeans can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process, and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electropharogram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electropharogram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electropharogram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropherogram peaks?
So we put,
Is the defense trying to claim that Skynet is now involved in the conspiracy to implicate Brian in the totally not murderous dismemberment of his wife that he already admitted to? Because I'm having a hard time logicking this out.
our electropherogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect? The witness may step down.
She's like, I'm out. I'm leaving. No more peopling today.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagel.
This is the most interesting collection of indoor cats that we've seen in any trial. Usually we don't get to see as many lab people.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagel, Nagle.
And what's your education?
Okay, first of all, beautiful hair, beautiful makeup, not weird eyebrows. They look done but not made up. Just love it. Love all of it. Wish my hair was long and brown and, long.
Background, ma'am.
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology from Drake University, as well as a master of science in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work, as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And do you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596. Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that, it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4th step detection?
Yes, I did.
And did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Sam and Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up.
Oh, good
Ms.
Lord.
Nagel?
Okay.
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many,
Correct.
because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or...
Wait a minute. So asking for the classroom, does this mean that we are tacitly endorsing, all crime to be done in Levi jeans? Is it specific to Levi jeans, or can I get away with going with, Jordache or possibly Oshkosh Bagosh? I just want to know. Like, can I use Old Navy jeans? Because when I used to wear jeans, I liked that.
things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule is not properly amplified using your crystal.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of their amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the defense right now is if you didn't find a pint, you can't, if you didn't find a pint of blood and only just a pictogillionth. Good God. Okay, let's continue with this.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Joli Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Quick, now ask about sobriety tests.
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Mr. Copeland.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Mizzou?
Yes.
Can I see that?
Yes, you did.
Couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell me what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay. And the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule at various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's an eligible.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walsh. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just step for me. Just before that.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
Okay, ma'am, look, I play with makeup all day. Go to Sephora now. Go or wherever you can attempt. Your foundation is by far too yellow. You've got way too much yellow undertone for your particular skin tone. You have yellowed yourself out. You look slightly jaundiced. Love the lipstick. Switch the foundation. Howdy, 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 bad duck.
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with the competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating and cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the fourth step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that fourth step?
So the same person, Katerina Stashin, performed the third step. I received the product produced in the third step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katerina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step forward. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County.
Granny Smith, it might be a little exaggerated because we are at 1.25, so everything's going to be a bit exaggerated as far as body movements.
Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation, put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then in Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, etc. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walsh.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walsh.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes, so then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present, and then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA, because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA. You need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walsh?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes, so the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So, Judge, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the court, please. Won't you follow me?
This is the first time we haven't been able to zoom through the breaks. Now, I will be interested to see once we get out of the jury's, presence, if the judge addresses the two very long sidebars that were taken before the jury came in early this morning, or if that's something that we'll just have to wait and figure out.
Does anyone need anything? Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
Okay, so I will continue watching, El Fano. And I figured you guys will just hang out and we'll pull some stories that are, current right now as we're waiting. Now, I have no idea what scromiting is, but I don't want it. Mark me as no for scromiting. Because, dear God, what is it? The real horrors of scromiting, a weed disorder that's plaguing ERs, from dwindling to 87 pounds to nonstop vomiting for a week. Don't try bad gummies, children. Not even a month in the hospital on a feeding tube was enough to make Sydney Collins quit the devil's lettuce. Colin reached for her, pen, her vape pen, most days in high school since she turned age 16, even as waves of extreme nausea and, puking overtook her. After one particularly brutal episode, with spring break, she basically had to go to the hospital. Now, call me crazy, but if something makes you puke, don't do it. I don't care if it's, the devil's lettuce or the syrup of Ipecac. Don't do it. Now, I didn't realize that this was an epidemic, but again, if something makes you very sick to the point that you have to be hospitalized, don't do it. I feel like I shouldn't have to be, the Jiminy Cricket for the entire world. Well, UK, this one is for you. It looks like a wealthy Nepo baby who is accused of taking the life of his girlfriend in London hid incriminating evidence and had everything going for him. I mean, until you look at this mugshot, and then you realize that money can't buy you a chin. A wealthy U.S. student who friends said had, quote, everything going for him, end quote, tried to get rid of incriminating evidence and took an Uber back to his home after taking the life of his girlfriend during a fight about an STI, says a judge in the UK. Joshua Mitchells, 26, faces life in prison after he was found guilty of stabbing fellow student Zi Huang to death following an argument at her southeast London apartment. Now, after stabbing his on-again, off-again, girlfriend in the face and leaning on her neck, he left her, to die in her bedroom. On March 20th, 2024, a judge at London's Old Bailey Court was told. Now, the day of the killing, he had brought over food and planned to make a charcuterie board to calm her down as they fought. Now, I'm guessing maybe you don't want to be near knives and, sharp objects when you're fighting. So I would nix the, fight charcuterie board unless you just get Lunchables and a spork. So basically, he accused his girlfriend of giving him, a bit of the drip, if you will. And he said that his girlfriend, when given this, came at him with a kitchen knife, that they struggled, and she was, of course, stabbed in the struggle. He said that she looked crazy, demented, and possessed. Now, instead of calling the ambulance, he had another Brian Walshe hysterical need to hide evidence. He dumped her phone and food he brought over into a trash bag, threw it in the communal trash area outside, and took an Uber back to his apartment in the Greenwich part of London. He also called his father, a Chicago-based vice president of sales at the French-owned lighting company Legrand, and got, help securing a solicitor, all while his, erstwhile ex-girlfriend was passing away on the floor. Did he look at the Anna Walshe case and just thought, you know what, this'll work? Now, it is believed by certain medical examiners that she could have been alive from 30 minutes to almost an hour, depending on certain factors as to how long she actually survived past the attack. Now, he didn't decide to call for an ambulance until around 11:08 p.m., hours after she had already passed away. They met when she was picking up her student ID, and they did date intermittently. Now, the couple did have the smexy time, and Wang accused him of actually giving her an STD following the discovery of a rash on her body, but it also could have been caused by her taking the morning after pill. Good Lord. Don't sleep with people you don't know. So there you go. It doesn't look like his money or the access to a solicitor just moments after the crime seemed to get him out of anything. Now, I do know that sentencing guidelines are going to be different. So what may be considered a life sentence over in the UK might not be analogous to a life sentence over here in America. That being said, I don't think he's going to have a fun time in UK prisons. We might finally be getting answers, at least a couple of them. A judge has ordered the release of Ghislaine Maxwell's grand jury records, but does warn that there's no new information of any consequence. Now, I feel like that should be up to the American people, but there you go. A Manhattan judge on Tuesday has ordered the release of grand jury records tied to the criminal case of notorious gross person Jeffrey Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, but did warn that the material would not yield any new information of any consequence. Federal prosecutors must publish the records, including search warrants and grand jury testimony, because of a law that President Trump signed last month compelling the release of all Epstein-related documents, the judge Paul Engelmeyer found. But he did caution that the new records wouldn't reveal any bombshells to members of the public, and that following, her 2021 trial where she was convicted of multiple crimes of grossness, basically, this is going to be a lot of the same names and information that we've heard of, but this is still going to be, informative because we are going to get, depending on the amount of redaction, at least the foundational information that was involved in getting some of these search warrants and things like that. Now, the Maxwell grand jury records are only a fraction of the vast trove of materials that the Justice Department and FBI have collected during their investigation into Epstein and Maxwell. A federal judge in Florida has separately ordered the release of grand jury transcripts from the trafficking probes that both Epstein and Maxwell had in Florida. So this looks like we might be getting a lot more information. I am glad that there are commentators and creators that have the time, energy, and passion to go through all of these, because this is going to be a lot of just looking through a lot of documents and court things. Well, Grammy-nominated musician Roderick McLeod was killed by a driver with more than 100 arrests. Could we stop the insanity? Could we put people in prison and keep them there? Just for funsies, just once in a while. A beloved Rhode Island musician lost his life while he was out walking his dog when he was struck by a car driven by a career criminal with more than 100 arrests on her rap sheet. The deadly wreck occurred in Hopkinton around 7:20 a.m. on Saturday when Shandon Godbout veered out of her lane and struck multiple objects, including 2 telephone poles, before unfortunately hitting the 70-year-old Roderick McLeod as he was walking his dog on the shoulder of the road, the police department said. Now, he was a Grammy-nominated bassist and member of the Rhode Island Music Hall of Fame, where he was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, they could not recover or help him recover. Now, the dog did survive the crash and ran home. Now, Godbout, 41, was found at the scene with numerous illegal narcotics, are we shocked? And packaging materials commonly associated with distribution of said not street legal pharmaceuticals. She was arrested and charged with driving as to endanger, resulting in death, possession of narcotics, both Schedule 1 and 2, with this intent to distribute, third plus offense. Yeah, after 3 times, I say you're out. Now, she has a lengthy criminal history, including more than 100 arrests. She previously had 82 court warrants issued against her and received 40 traffic citations. Yeah, this woman is going to be functional in human society. Now, she was slated to appear before a justice of the peace and will be presented to the Rhode Island Attorney General's office as a criminal violator, police said. How the hell does this woman survive? She takes out 2 daggone telephone poles and an old man, and not a scratch on this woman. Now, McLeod was inducted into the Rhode Island Music Hall of Fame with the band Roomful of Blues in 2012 and received a Grammy nomination as a member of the band in the 1980s, according to the Rhode Island Music Hall of Fame. The celebrated musician was recently serving as a teaching associate for Brown University and director of the school's old-time string band. One of his oldest friends, fellow musician Doug James, told local news that he'll always remember McLeod for his upbeat, cheerful attitude. He was a good addition to anything he did. Few people play that well on everything, and he did. He worked hard at the stuff he did, but it never looked like that. It always just came easily, or it appeared to come easily. So it does look like this woman is probably likely going to have substance abuse issues. And there were so many opportunities to make sure that she didn't hurt anyone else. But no, we can't keep these people in prison. Why would that happen? Why would that be an idea we would follow? Let's see what is new in news. This is so weird. Usually we get to speed right through lunch. And now, I don't know if this is a new thing, if Jane Seymour is their publicist is trying to get her out and her name in the algorithm, but this is like the 4th Jane Seymour story I've seen in the last 2 weeks. And we did cover this earlier this morning, the possible Arkansas triple homicide. Ooh, I believe he was going pro se. Family Matters alum Darius McRae released from jail 2 months after arrest warrant. Darius McRae was released from jail 2 months after he was arrested near the U.S.-Mexico border for an outstanding warrant. Over the last 4 years, Mr. McRae's fight for justice and truth has been painted as an attempt to shirk his responsibility to his child. The Family Matters actor, public defender Paulette Lofton told TMZ. The resolution reached today makes it clear that the family does matter and always has. Interesting. This resolution allows Mr. McCrae to correct the misleading narrative and put this matter behind him. Now, after the court hearing on Monday, McCrae's rep, Anna Barlow, told the outlet that the actor entered a no contest plea to all 5 felony charges and will be sentenced in February. Now, that means that he basically said, "You caught me," not that this is a narrative he doesn't agree with. Just so we're all on the same page. Now, Page Six did reach out to his lawyer and rep for comment, but hasn't heard back from them. Now, he was arrested in October near the U.S.-Mexico border in California for an out-of-state felony charge that seemed to be linked back to child support. Now, at the time, the Next Day Air star was being held in the San Diego jail without bail. He told his rep that, basically, the warrant had come out of Michigan after he missed a court appearance regarding his failure to pay child support. Now, his rep claimed that he was given improper service because the court notice was sent to his P.O. box and he was only given 3 days to appear in court. How will he ever survive? His rep claimed that he also had the COOF at the time and therefore did not check his P.O. box until after his court date. The Christmas in Carolina actor, who is dad to 3 children, has had several run-ins with the law over child support. In November 2023, he was arrested for the second time for failure to pay child support because he owed $52,788.04. Yeah, I think this might be a bit of a habit, not a misunderstanding. In addition to financial issues, he's been accused of laying hands on his youngest child. In 2017, the former sitcom actor was accused of dangling his youngest daughter over a boiling pot of water. The following year, his third ex-wife, Tammy Brower, accused the actor of dislocating their then 2-year-old daughter's arms, or one of her arms. Now, he does deny those allegations, but he's not painting a picture of father of the daggone year. A Samsung Smart TV fridge ad for a new sci-fi series allegedly triggered a psychotic episode. Do what now? A UK woman named Carol checked herself into the emergency room after a Samsung smart fridge advertisement allegedly caused her to lose grip on reality. I'm willing to grant this a listen. Now, the woman's sister detailed her plight in a viral Reddit post in which she implored the public to give her advice on dealing with the unusual predicament. My schizophrenic sister hospitalized herself because she thought she was having a psychotic episode. Her sibling titled the post. Turned out it was an advertisement on the LED screen. Now, the victim, who is reportedly diagnosed with schizophrenia, has been hospitalized for previous episodes and had reportedly called the Reddit user to report that someone was trying to communicate with her through her Samsung Family Hub smart fridge. Now, the patient then drove herself to the emergency room where she spent 2 days under monitoring and had her medications adjusted. Now, the post did reach out to Samsung for comment. It wasn't until the patient returned home several days later that the Redditor learned exactly what was going down. When I was scrolling through Facebook today, I saw an advert on a smart fridge which states the word, "We're very sorry we upset you, Carol," the poster recalled. It was set against creepy yellow background and looked ominous. Upon closer inspection, it was an advertisement for some kind of TV show. Now, the series in question is Apple's Pluribus, Vince Gilligan's dystopian thriller revolving around author Carol, played by Rhea Seehorn. No idea. Now, the ordeal reportedly made the Redditor's blood run cold and asked if it was even legal. Okay, but you can see the Apple Plus thing on there. Like, I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, but this big old plus thing, this thing that says start watching, the fact that you bought a refrigerator with a GD tablet in front. No, I refuse to, no. I'm very sorry that someone thought that they were being stalked through their refrigerator, but you bought a refrigerator that purposely has tablets that connect to Wi-Fi. Why must I be the voice of reason? I'm not used to this. It never works for me. Oh no. Raul Malo, frontman of the Mavericks, has passed away at 60 years old after a cancer battle. Raul Malo, soulful tenor and frontman of defying Grammy-winning band The Mavericks, has passed away. He passed Monday night. His wife, Betty Malo, posted on his Facebook page. He had been battling cancer. He was the frontman of The Maverick, and he had documented his health journey on social media since he disclosed in June 2024 that he was receiving ongoing treatment for colon cancer. In September 2025, Malo said on Instagram that he was battling LMD, or leptomeningeal disease, a rare complication where cancer actually spreads to the membranes that surround the brain and spinal cord. The diagnosis forced the Mavericks to cancel dates with Dwight Yoakam in the middle of a joint tour, and Malo left home in Nashville, Tennessee to seek treatment in Houston, keeping his fans updated all through social media. He was called to do another gig, this time in the sky. He's flying high like an eagle. Betty Malo wrote, "No one embodied life, love, joy, and passion, friends, music, and adventure the way our beloved Raul did. Now he will look down on us with all the heaven will allow, lighting the way and reminding us to savor every moment." Now his band praised his deep commitment to the preservation of multilingual American musical repertoires and his steadfast championing of musical education as an inspiration for every child across America and throughout the world. He was born Raul Francisco Martinez Malo Jr. in Miami to Cuban parents, and he co-founded the Mavericks in 1989 with drummer Paul Deacon and bass guitarist Robert Reynolds. Their self-titled debut album was released the following year on independent Miami-based label Y&T Music. Some call the band alt country and others describe it as Americana, roots, Latin, Tejano, or swing. It's kind of a mix of all of the above. So let's look sad. I mean, I don't know that I've ever actually listened to any of this music, but sad when, we're losing all these people that, have very extreme talents, can actually do something. I am not touching this story until it comes to an end. I just will not. Untreatable tropical virus. Well, it's been a while since we've had a Zika outbreak. Why not? U.S. health officials have issued travel advisories for Americans planning trips to certain tropical countries. Due to outbreaks of untreatable mosquito-borne diseases. Now, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has announced Friday that it has issued Level 2 travel advisories for both Cuba, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Guangdong Province in southern China, advising Americans to practice enhanced precautions when taking trips to these areas. Now, health officials say that there is currently no treatment for the Chikungunya disease, but it can be prevented by a vaccine, and that vaccine is recommended for travelers who are going to take a trip to those affected areas. Now, the most common symptoms of this virus include fever, joint pain, though other patients might experience headaches, swelling, joint rash, other things. Now, these symptoms typically appear 3 to 7 days after being bitten by the infected mosquito, and most people do recover within a week. In severe cases, you may experience severe joint pain lasting months or even years, and other people might require hospitalization due to the risk of organ damage and death. Now, according to an October 3rd notice from the WHO, there have been 445,000 suspected and confirmed cases of this particular virus and 155 deaths worldwide between January and September of 2025. So this still has a fairly low death rate for the amount of people. And, it's actually good that they are giving out at least warnings. So if you do go to any of these areas, you can take the preventative vaccine if that's something you'd like. But if I was in charge of the Ark, I'd never allow the mosquitoes to get on. I feel like, again, when did we decide that Nick Fuentes was a thing that we were all going to deal with? Can't we go back to, the fun years where we all ignored his ridiculous behind? Why do we keep giving him airtime? I really am legitimately asking, why are we giving this, cretin airtime? I mean, we had done sufficiently well ignoring his behind for a while. Oh, Dick Van Dyke. I can't believe he's 100 years old almost. A co-star recalls badly behaved Dick Van Dyke on Mary Poppins set ahead of the icon's 100th birthday. Dick Van Dyke may be turning 100 on December 13th, but as Mary Poppins co-star said, the legendary actor has always been a bit of a mischievous kid at heart. It was so much fun because of Dick. Karen Dotrice, 70 years old, told the Post of working with Dick Van Dyke on the 1964 Disney classic. The minute the camera wasn't on him, he was basically just a badly behaved little boy. Now, Dotrice, who played young Jane Banks alongside Van Dyke's joyful chimney sweep, Bert, and Julie Andrews. I speak English for a living. This is great. I should have a somewhat grasp of it some days. Julie Andrews played Mary Poppins, and she vividly remembers her wild first ever encounter with a Hollywood icon. The first time I met, Dick Van Dyke, I was having a costume fitting at Burbank Studios and arrived there. He was bent over double, having a caster plast made of his bottom, and you can only imagine him sort of peeking around the corner and having a giggle. So that was an interesting first time meeting, the legendary Dick Van Dyke. The British-born actress, who was only 9 years old when they filmed the perennial musical fantasy comedy, said keeping a straight face around him was nearly impossible. I can see it. What was it like to work with him? As I say, he was just a naughty boy, she shared ahead of Dick Van Dyke's milestone birthday on Saturday. He'd make you laugh so much, and then when the camera light came on, you had to pull yourself together, which was really difficult because you couldn't stop giggling. One moment in particular left the cast and crew both amused and terrified. This sounds like something that could either go very well or very horribly. During the tea party sequence, Dick being Dick, he wasn't just going to sit there at a tea party. He was going to do flips and turns, and everyone below was going nuts, and my chaperone was like, "Stop it, Karen, stop." We were having a blast. I'm kind of surprised we didn't all die, but he's about to be 100, so something he did went right. More than 60 years later, Van Dyke's joyful spirit hasn't changed, and she still sees signs of the classic, Dick Van Dyke in real life. It's lovely. He actually lives in Malibu as well. Very often I'll see him in our little grocery market down the hill. I'll meet him in the frozen food section behind the peas. He loves to go out and about, loves to meet his public. He's super special, and he's a legendary American. Now, she believes that the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang star's boundless energy and signature moves are the secret to his longevity. He just has this joie de vivre, she said. The man is beyond alive and kicking. In fact, he does those sort of sideway kicks that he's known for still. So there you go. He goes to the gym every day. He's also physically fit. He has a lovely younger wife who definitely keeps him fit. So he's got it made in the shade, and he's not going anywhere. Dick Van Dyke has marked a century of life and laughs on Saturday, and actually his co-star will be helping him celebrate his lasting legacy in an upcoming PBS documentary, American Masters, starring Dick Van Dyke. Now, the project will spotlight the Bye Bye Birdie actor's life and career. His former Mary Poppins co-star has shared a touching message for her longtime friend ahead of the documentary's release and his momentous day. We know You know I love you so much. I have since I was 8. I just adore you. She gushed. So I'm just glad that we still have, Dick Van Dyke for a little bit longer. Let's see what's on Yahoo. Yahoo generally has the stuff that is more sports related. National Guardsman takes the life of 3 fellow service members. Now, this was updated at 6:49 a.m. A Mexican National Guardsman shot and killed 3 fellow service members at a barracks over the weekend in western Mexican state of Mojican, or I'm probably mispronouncing this name, where the government has surged security forces in the wake of recent high-profile killings. A federal official did confirm the shooting Monday to the Associated Press, requesting anonymity because they were not fully authorized to discuss it publicly. Now, the shooting, which wounded a 4th service member, is under investigation. Now, the suspect was in custody in the locality. The shooting occurred Saturday, hours after a car bomb exploded in Mayocan, killing 5 people outside a local police station. Now, according to Hector Zapata, commander of the community police, the explosion was so powerful that human remains were scattered throughout the area. Now, President Claudia Sheinbaum has declined to give more details. The explosion and National Guard shooting came as the federal government has stepped up security activities in the state, sending additional troops after 2 recent high-profile assassinations. Last month, Sheinbaum did send 2,000 troops on top of the 4,300 permanent ones and the 4,000 that were stationed in neighboring state to the area following the killings of outspoken representative of lime growers and popular mayor standing up to the cartels. The killing of Uruapan Mayor Carlos Manza sparked 2 days of youth-led demonstrations in November, with protesters setting fire to public buildings and clashing with police, resulting in over 100 injuries. Now, at least 3 of the 6 drug cartels that Trump administration has designated as bad organizations, the Jalisco New Generation, United Cartels, the New Mohican Family, and basically there's a bunch of cartels. I mean, the Sinaloa cartel is still being represented, but I guess we've just got a bunch of them now. So it doesn't look like Mexico is going to be getting any safer anytime soon. Interesting. Okay, this is the pilot who decided to take magic mushrooms and turn off the engines mid-flight. The flight deck audio and police video are providing a new look into the night when an off-duty airline pilot named Joseph Emerson tried to turn off the engines of an Alaska Airlines regional jet while he was allegedly feeling the effects of so-called magic mushrooms that he'd eaten 2 days prior. Now, video obtained by CBS News from local prosecutors in Portland, Oregon, gives the first glimpse of airport security camera footage and shows police walking Emerson off the plane in handcuffs after the flight made an emergency landing in Portland in October of 2023. Now, the prosecution filed also contained the flight deck audio from the moment the incident happened. "I'm not okay," Emerson said, which the pilot misheard, prompting him to say, "You're okay?" Emerson says, "I'm not okay." Now, the pilot asks what's wrong after Emerson tells him he wants to go home, and a struggle with profanity is then heard as the pilot asks, "Dude, what the hell is going on?" "Horizon, we need to make emergency landing." The now out-of-breath pilot then tells air traffic controller, "We've got a jump seater who just tried to turn off our engines, and we need to go directly back to Portland." And welcome, Dolly Talk Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are simply ahead of schedule, which rarely ever happens. So we are waiting for the trial to come back. Usually I start at 10:30, so we can just skip through the lunch break. So I'm just going through some news stories that we're finding. Howdy, howdy. So I'm just going through some news. while we're waiting. So this is actually the pilot that ate a bunch of shrooms and tried to turn off engines mid-flight, as you do. Now, a little later, the pilot tells air traffic control that they were able to get Emerson out of the cockpit. Asked back in July if he was trying to crash the plane, Emerson told CBS News, quote, no, I had no intention of crashing the actual airplane. I wanted to wake up and I was convinced I wasn't going to go home to my wife and kids. It wasn't reality. Now, there were 83 other passengers and crew aboard the plane, and because of the full flight, Emerson ended up in the cockpit jump seat. The handles he pulled were meant to cut the fuel in event of a fire, not in case you take shrooms. I don't know. I feel like Tipton can't be accused of making this trial run more efficiently. Now, the CBS News footage also had him, his ride in the back of a police cruiser after he was taken into custody. Now, he does mostly stay quiet for the 20-minute drive, but at one point he does ask the officer, do you believe in forgiveness? I want to be accountable, but am I going to be forgiven for being so stupid? Probably not, but this is America, so maybe. The Kardashians still have, a show. Now, Emerson did tell CBS News earlier that of this year, at the time of the incident, he had been grieving the death of his best friend and had turned to alcohol to help before trying psilocybin mushrooms for the first time, as you do. He said that he had taken the mushrooms 2 days before the flight, but according to his attorneys, Emerson has hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, which basically means he feels high as balls for days. I didn't know this was actually a thing. No, I mean, we are still waiting for lunch. We actually, because of the long sort of delay this morning, I think we actually got through a lot of the witnesses early, so we are in the rare position of actually killing time by going over articles. Now, he has pled guilty to a federal charge of interfering with flight crew and separately pled no contest to state charges of endangering an aircraft and 83 counts of endangering another person. Now, for the guilty plea, he was sentenced to time served, having spent 46 days in jail and 3 years of supervised release. Now, the other charges came with a sentence of 5 years of probation and time served. Does he still get to be a pilot? I feel like this is a question that should have been answered by this article. I'm assuming not, but Spirit Airlines are a thing, so I don't know, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, I saw this story. I think the headshot can confirm possible. A surgeon has been indicted on felony charges after allegedly attempting to give his girlfriend abortifactants against her will. Yeah, that's kind of all the illegal. You took this oath. It's the Hippocratic oath, not the hypocritical oath. Clarification. An Ohio doctor has had his medical license suspended ahead of his hearing before the State Medical Board of Ohio, and he has been indicted on felony charges after allegedly attempting to administer his pregnant girlfriend basically a medicine that would cause her to miscarry while she was asleep. Now, I can understand maybe hiding it in a smoothie, not that that's good, but how the hell are you going to put a pill in someone's mouth when they're asleep and they're not going to choke? I mean, I'm a light sleeper. I don't think you're going to be able to give me a pill in my sleep. Dr. Hassan James Abbas, 32, has been indicted on Wednesday, December the 3rd by a Lucas County grand jury on 6 felony charges, including abduction, abduction, tampering with evidence, unlawful distribution of an abortion-inducing drug, disrupting public services, identity fraud, and deception to obtain a dangerous drug, according to local news. Now, his attorney, Kelly Saul, told local news in a statement that their office was aware of the grand jury indictments. We are relieved that the criminal process has finally begun. We are not closing the door on future indictments as this case unfolds. Now, the Lucas County Prosecutor's Office and Abbas's attorney did not respond for People's request for comment. In a statement to People, the State Medical Board of Ohio said that they had issued Hassan James Abbas, MD, a notice of opportunity for a hearing and summary suspension on November 5th, 2025. Quote, a summary suspension suspends a license to practice prior to a hearing, the statement continued. The suspension must be based on clear and convincing evidence that continued practice by the licensee poses a danger of immediate and serious harm to the public. Now, his hearing is scheduled for May 14th and 15th of 2026, and after that hearing, the hearing examiner will prepare a report and recommendation that will include the basis for the hearing, the finding of fact, the conclusion of law, and the proposed disciplinary sanctions for consideration by the board members. Now, the statement concluded the full board will then make a final decision at an upcoming meeting of the board. So it does look like that is going to happen. Now, basically, the notice, or kind of the too long didn't read, this kind of summation of this, claimed that the surgeon began a relationship with a woman who had been one of his patients in late 2024 after separating from his then wife. The woman told Abbas in December 2024 that she was pregnant, and he told her to get a termination, but she refused. Now, the medical board claimed that after he learned about the pregnancy, he ordered a prescription of abortion medication with his credit card from an out-of-state provider, then used his estranged wife's information without her knowledge or consent. Now, after the medication arrived at his home, he allegedly attempted to give it to his girlfriend when she stayed over one night. Now, his girlfriend alleged that when she woke up, she found the doctor on top of her as he held her down and forced a crushed powder inside her mouth. Again, no. Now, she claimed that she fought and got free and ran to the kitchen to call 911, but he was able to get the phone from her and hang up. Now, shortly after, she was able to check into emergency room and report that she had suffered an assault. Now, he then admitted to, his crime in a July 2025 interview with board investigators. He admitted to ordering the drugs and using his wife's, information and giving the crushed pills to his girlfriend, but claimed that she agreed to take them in her sleep and apparently with you forcing the powder down her throat. Again, is Tipton your lawyer too? Now, he also claimed that he threw the remainder of the crushed pills out the window on his way to work, as you do. The medical board said in its notice that it determined from the incident that there was clear and convincing evidence that he had, that he basically was a danger to everyone that is anyone in his life. I mean, who'd have thunk it? Are we finally going to actually figure out what happened to Natalie Wood? Newly uncovered photos show chaotic scene of Natalie Wood's death amid a continuing investigation. Well, are we continuing ad infinitum, or are we actually going to try to come to a conclusion? The Splendor, the yacht where Natalie Wood spent her final moments, was a mess. Quote, the main salon was in disarray and showed evidence of broken glass on the floor, reads one of the official police reports about the Hollywood star's tragic drowning at the age of 43 on November 29th, 1981, and it has been obtained by the National Enquirer. Now, police photos also have been recently obtained by the Enquirer and depict a chaotic scene aboard the vessel, including a messy table strewn with mysterious white powder. You don't say. White powder? In the early 80s? It can only be aspartame. Candle wax and empty glasses. Now, other photos show trash strewn across the floor and a cluttered countertop. The late actress's husband, Robert Wagner, now 95, was questioned by police about the state of the cabin 4 days after her mysterious death. When asked about the broken glass aboard the Splendor, he stated it was probably from rough seas and that quite often bottles are broken when they're traveling. Wagner also acknowledged that he complained to his wife that she was spending too much time away from home working. Wood's Brainstorm co-star Christopher Walken was also aboard the yacht and confirmed that that was a topic of conversation. Walken, who is now 82, stated he got involved in this discussion, supporting the victim's views. The police report reads, he suddenly realized he was violating his own view about getting involved in an argument between a man and a wife, so he stepped outside for some air. Now, both men claim that Wood went to bed on her own soon after. But one witness tells a very different version of the story. The boat's captain, Dennis Davern, previously told the Enquirer in January that Wagner accused the West Side Story actress of having an affair with Christopher Walken. Now, Davern claimed that the heart-to-heart actor was so angry he broke a bottle of wine on the table and screamed, "Get the F off my boat." Now, at 1:30 a.m., Wagner reported his wife's disappearance and her body was found 7 hours later. Now, the death was initially ruled an accidental drowning, but the case was reopened in 2011 when Davern came forward with his version of events. Years later, the cause of Natalie Wood's death was changed to drowning and other undetermined factors. Now, Wagner has always denied any wrongdoing and was cleared by investigators in 2022, though the case remains open. For more, I don't know what's going to happen. I doubt that these new releases are going to lead to any forward momentum on the case. But, stranger things have happened. Also, never go on a yacht trip with Christopher Walken. Just seems like a fairly good idea to not do that. Oh, Cash. I feel so bad for this woman. Now, Miss Jamaica, apparently, she was in the beauty contest and kind of had a slip and fall. And I myself don't know how these beauty pageant people walk around in high heels, because I swear to goodness, I can barely walk on flat ground, let alone high heels. So I am glad that she's doing better, but if anyone was going to fall and face plant in front of a bunch of people, it would have been me. So I'm glad that she's doing okay, because actually she did suffer some pretty interesting injuries. The FBI is hunting a Michigan woman accused of stealing nearly $30 million while posing as an aircraft heiress. Now, call me crazy, but wouldn't you check like cursory credentials? Or how do I just pretend to be rich? The FBI is looking for a Michigan-born woman who allegedly orchestrated a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme in Southern California. Investigators say that Mary Carol McDonald, 73, is wanted on charges of bank fraud and aggravated identity theft in connection with an alleged scheme carried out in Los Angeles and Orange County between July 2017 and May 2018. Now, beginning approximately in July 2017 and continuing to May of 2018, McDonald is alleged to have knowingly and with intent to defraud, devised and participated in a scheme to obtain money, funds, assets, and property owned by the Bank of California. Okay. Now, federal investigators claim that she posed as an heir to the McDonald aircraft family. Yeah, but Do they still, does the McDonald company still exist? Because I thought they were bought up by Boeing. They were more prevalent in the late 80s, early 70s. I could be wrong. But basically, she falsely claimed that she would eventually gain access to an $80 million secret trust, as you do. Now, apparently on Believe Me, Bro, and whatever, she was able to take out a loan of $14.7 million from the Bank of California, even though she was not authorized and did not plan to ever repay it. Now she has used similar methods to defraud. I will have to look that up. Financial institutions of more than $15 million. She previously served as the CEO of Bellum Entertainment, LLC, a Burbank-based production company, and has documented ties to Los Angeles, Montgomery, Alabama, and Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. A federal arrest warrant for her was issued on December 12, 2018, in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. Now, a report by Deadline cites that Bellum Entertainment came under investigation by the California Labor Commission in 2017 for alleged non-payment of wages to dozens of former employees. The outlet reported that she told her employees the company couldn't meet payroll because of significant bank fraud. Well, I mean, I guess if you admit and, say you're sorry, okay. Now, investigators say they believe that she is currently in Dubai and describe her as a white female, 5 feet 7 inches tall, 145 pounds, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scar on her right knee. So if you're in Dubai at the moment, keep your eyes peeled for a blonde. Dude, what am I looking at here? Because I feel scared. For years, bodybuilder Sally McNeil wrestled under the stage name Killer Sally. Then fiction became reality. On Valentine's Day 1995, she shot and took the life of her husband, Ray McNeil, in an act that she to this day claims was self-defense. However, others question whether the shooting was taken out in, well, a little bit more of a premeditated way. On that final night, I felt as though I would not survive that choking or throughout the night, she once told RX Muscle of the fatal confrontation. I panicked. Sally was a U.S. Marine, divorced mother of 2, when in the 1980s she first met Ray, a fellow Marine and bodybuilder. Now, she later described in the 2022 Netflix docuseries Killer Sally that their relationship was lust at first sight. He looked like the statue David, she remembered. He seemed beautiful. Ew. The couple together found success on the bodybuilding circuit, becoming the first husband and wife duo to win the Armed Forces Bodybuilding Championships in 1990. But the relationship was also plagued with problems. Sally told RX Muscle the marriage turned violent 3 days into their union, alleging that Ray lay hands on her. Now, according to her account, this escalated with him laying hands on her, throwing her from a bathtub, non-consensual neck hugs, and all of it. Now, looking back, I realize it was a classic case of, battered wife syndrome. I was in denial that Ray was abusive to me. She told the outlet my self-esteem was so low. I didn't think, I could attract anyone else. I felt lucky to have him. Now, both Ray and Sally reportedly used steroids. Yeah, let's take an unstable, situation with violence and add roids. Nothing could go wrong. And Sally has her own record of violence, so maybe everyone on roids gets a little cranky. Now, at trial, prosecutors presented evidence that Sally had hit Ray and threw a VCR out of a second-story window when he was walking below it. She also had several violent altercations with others, including women she believed Ray might have been having an affair with, bouncers at a bar, and even the police. These sound like a just two peas in a pod. Now, the violence turned deadly on the night of February 14th, 1995. Ray told his wife he was going to go buy chicken for dinner, but he didn't return for hours. Now, Sally suspected that her husband had, instead of going to KFC, may have been going to see a side piece. And a fight broke out between the couple. Sally told the police that Ray had laid hands on her, pushed her down to the floor, and started choking her. She was able to squirm away, ran into the bedroom, and took a shotgun to defend herself. Now, Sally shot Ray twice, once in the face and once in the stomach. Then she called 911 and told the dispatcher, "I just shot my husband because he just laid hands on me." Now, Ray can be heard moaning in the background of the call per court records, asking, "Why did you shoot me?" And Sally allegedly replies, "I told you I wasn't taking your ish no more." Now, Ray was rushed to the hospital where, unfortunately, he passed away from his injuries. Now, at her 1996 trial, prosecutors argued that the fatal shooting was an act of murder and not self-defense. However, Sally's defense team maintained that she had taken the life of her husband because she was in fear for her own life, and they presented a witness who testified that Sally would definitely qualify as a battered woman and suffered from the syndrome, according to court records. Now, that, the prosecutor's expert actually agreed that Sally did actually qualify as a battered woman, and the expert argued that Sally did not, kind of fall under the normal parameters or kind of stereotypical attributes that a person with battered woman syndrome would, usually suffer from or show, because she had assertiveness and aggressiveness. So a lot of time women with this, in these situations will display a meek, humble, subservient, placating sort of mood. And apparently, she was a battle axe. Now, the jury found Sally guilty in March 19th, 1996 of second-degree murder, and the next month she was sentenced to 19 years to life behind bars. She was released on parole in May 29th, 2020. Now, following her release from prison, she lived in a veterans transition center where she met her new husband, Norfleet Stewart. She's out in the world. She has a job. She's married to a really good man. Killer Sally director Nanette Bernstein told Newsweek in 2022. She's currently in touch with her children and just trying to forge new paths. Now, Sally's case and subsequent conviction came into the spotlight once again after the #MeToo movement, as new questions arose about her culpability in the shooting. Now, Bernstein told Oxygen that she was drawn to the story herself because Sally wasn't the perfect victim, which is what makes this story so complex. Now, again, I don't want to make any judgments on how the trial was run based on a documentary. Now, if there are documents from this case, we can look through them because, the director is right. She's not the stereotypical sort of thought that we have of the abused wife. Drone drops steak and crab legs for a prison feast. Oh no, when your crab legs, and that looks like a brisket, gets absconded by, not SIGs too. They got Old Bay seasoning. We're back. Thank you, Jesus. Not that I don't like talking to you guys, but this is a lot more talking than I normally do, so I'm going to have to get some tea here in a bit.
You are unmuted.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do summon still on.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible, I guess is my answer. I don't like, I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today,
Okay.
if that happens.
Okay.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. And that would take about 20 minutes if we did Angelo.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly, I had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your Honor.
All right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that.
Anders, so I don't believe it's to make the jury bored. I believe that this judge is just incredibly respectful of the jury's time. And so is the state. The state, is making sure that the judge knows, hey, we have that witness from Home Goods if we manage to get all the way through DNA. I just think that this judge is just very on top of things. So she's like, hey, we'll just go ahead and set up part-time tomorrow, plan on getting this voir dire done, and then we can have everything ready to go as soon as the jury is in. So I do like this judge. She seems to be very respectful of the jury's time.
There wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton? Do you agree, Attorney Porges? I do. All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent. All right, we can bring the jury in.
So it does seem like, given what we just heard, that a lot of the rest of the day are going to be these various different.
Hold them up for a minute. Not you, them. I just don't want the Commonwealth not at their desk.
Thank you.
You're all set now. Thank you.
And I actually do like the way the state is strategically going through all of these DNA, techs or scientists. It does seem like it was actually the strategy to, utilize basically everyone in the lab, but have one person doing the interpretation. So the last person will probably be this Simone woman that did all the interpretations and will explain to us what each of the tests mean.
Actually, I don't think that's a problem. I disagree with that. That's the way you should do it.
Oh, this is torture. I can't speed ahead. We're in the present. I can't speed ahead. I will say Brian is not looking as confident. There was a noticeable change in his demeanor, I would say mid-Friday, when the photographic evidence started to be displayed of what was found in the trash bags. He hasn't sort of got his pep back since. The only time I see him sort of interacting or being jovial is when he's talking to his attorney. Ew, no one wants to see you smile, you gremlin. Allegedly.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Saman Salim.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way. Just watch your step.
Okay, someone better give this bailiff who's so incredibly gentlemanly to all the witnesses and is like, watch your step. Someone better be bringing him in cookies or muffins or a latte or something, because he's just a gentleman.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Salim, S-A-M-A-N. Last name is S-A-L-E-E-M.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit, where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you.
Good to know.
Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. So just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex-determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture, so the number of people that make up this DNA profile. Is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9, 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STRmix or StarMix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3.
Quick, how many zeros in a quintillion? Is it 15? I'm thinking 15, but...
unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
I was wrong.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, through the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000. And adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observed this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
A nonillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you?
So that's interesting that they found it in the interior cuff, because if you remember the testimony from yesterday from the CSI person who was preparing all the samples, they typically do the interior of a cuff, so that they can try to get the person who wore the suit. They try to pick places that basically there won't be a mixture. So it is interesting that the place that they try to get to just figure out who was wearing the suit also had a mixture.
Able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 4th Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the 2 profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry.
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when
So basically, this was a mixture predominantly of Anna's blood. The amount of Brian's blood that was mixed into the sample just wasn't high enough for them to basically quantify it, with any certainty. And I think we're going to run into this a lot. My guess is, dismemberment is not a non-messy, endeavor. So a lot of these are probably going to be mixtures, especially with Brian looking like he had some cuts on his hand.
It is a lower statistic on the exclusion side. We would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio, it's in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison?
So this would be that little area of discoloration on the hacksaw, and then we'll probably be getting into the handle of the hacksaw. A lot of the tools, they scrubbed not only the, I guess you would call the tooly part, or the, look, whatever you would be using this tool for, I'm going to go ahead and expertly call it the tooly part, and then they also got the handly part.
To the known profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Anna Walsh is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
Come on, some of us are ADHD and your voice is
If I may have
killing
one
us.
moment, Your Honor.
You may.
We're all getting a touch of the sleepies. I thought that there were more items because they were in batches of 6, and I thought we did 2 batches of 6. How many items have we gone through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample.
She's going through, and there have been mixtures of 3 people. There have been a lot of mixtures, but there are single sources as well. So it looks like on the handle of the hacksaw, it was only Anna's DNA. The presumptive blood test stain on the hacksaw also came back only as Anna. The unknown tissue that was found in the dumpster in Squamsop was also only Anna. And the rest have been a mixture.
From stain A on a white towel, number 1, with red-brown stains on it, that was found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
Brian Walsh is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison?
Major Mom, so it does seem, and this was stipulated, it looks like during the federal case, the FBI sought and obtained DNA samples from both Anna and Brian Walsh. And they collected those samples in May 9th of 2018 and held them in their storage facility for evidence until they were moved on January 10th of 2023 to the MSP crime lab to make standards. So basically they did buccal swabs in 2018, and I'm guessing they were related to Brian's fraud case, and they held those samples and then gave them over to the MSPD, or yeah.
To the known profile of Anna Walsh.
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walsh to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile?
Okay, so we know all this information about the hatchet head. Why was the defense going on and on about the greasy material not being an inhibitor and being, some sort of mechanical, oil that's always on hatchet heads? Why, for out thou, did we waste our time?
Profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information? Contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these two contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walsh?
Anna Walsh was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walsh?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walsh than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walsh is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So while she's taking a moment, we'll kind of go through and since you guys probably haven't been taking notes, kind of go over what we've learned from this witness. So the interior of the dark slipper, the one that they were trying to figure out if they could get skin cells of mainly just the wearer, did have a mixture of 3 contributors. One of them was male. Anna was included in this mix, and Brian could be also included. So basically, there was enough evidence to say that this is probably a mixture of Brian, Anna, and one other person. Now, for the exterior top left of the dark slipper, there were 2 different contributors with male DNA. Anna was included, and so was Brian at 77 times, but that was only at limited support. Now, this expert has gone on to explain that if there is very little of the second contributing person, so if there's a lesser quantity in the mixture, it can be harder to come up with the numbers needed in order to fully include someone. So this is a sort of limited, he could be included, but there's just not enough DNA from him in order to get, the correct numbers. Then we move on to the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit. This had 3 contributors. Anna Walsh was included, and Brian Walsh was also included. They haven't figured out who the third contributor is, so I'm not quite sure. The next item we looked at was the exterior pant leg stain of the Tyvek suit. And that was from a single female source. So anything that's a female single or a single source is going to just be from one person. And if it's a female single source, then it's going to exclude Brian. So this is a spot of just Anna's DNA. Stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit was a combination of 2 people's DNA with a male marker included. And it did include Anna. And again, this is one of those samples where Brian's level of contribution was so little that they couldn't get the numbers to basically include or exclude him. They just didn't have enough of his DNA present. Then we go to the unknown tissue that was found in the dumpster in Skamsquat, or however you say that name. That was a single female, and that was included to Anna. Then we have the reddish brown stain K on the basement floor. That was a mix of 2 people with a male marker included. That did test positive for inclusion for Anna Walsh, but Brian Walsh was actually excluded from that particular sample. Stain C that was found on the hacksaw was next, and that was a single female contributor, and that was Anna Walsh, was included. The hacksaw handle, that was a single contribution from Anna Walsh. The bloody towel the bloody towel 1 was also a single contributor, and that showed up to be Anne's DNA. The apparent hairs that were found in the trash bag, that was also from a single female contributor and did include Anna Walsh. The reddish brown stain in the carpet piece found in bag 5, that was also a single contributor and included Anna Walsh. Then we've got the hatchet head, again, single female contributor on a Walshe. The hatchet handle had a mixture of two different people, but there was not enough of the second contributor in order to quantify who would have been that second person. Now, Anna's DNA showed up in such, quantities that they were able to include her in the DNA sample that was taken from the handle. And then the only single male contributor item was that piece of like medical tape with some gauze on it that looked like it had reddish brown staining. And that came back linked only to Brian. Oh. Now, I don't know if we're going to have another marathon DNA day because we haven't gone over the hammer, the tin snips, and a lot of other DNA evidence that has been collected in this case. So I don't know if we're going to have multiple DNA dumped kind of days or what. And why would you let defense stand up? Damn it. Oh, Grandpa Simpson back at the pulpit.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I think you said it in your in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2. You indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus? Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles, your mother gave you 1 allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And
oh my God, her face is my face when someone tries to explain something I've done a bajillion times. Like when Mr. Mo tries to be helpful and he's like in the kitchen, like I haven't been in the kitchen years and years. And he'll say, oh, have you ever tried doing X, Y, or Z? This is the exact face that I give Mr. Mo when he's like, let me splainerate something. I'm guessing she's forgotten more about DNA than you learned on Dr. Google.
for instance, if you had, for instance, two heterozygotes combined in a two-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there.
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA, half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person.
Defense pushing that Brian is in fact a mutant. You know, I'll have an open mind about it.
But those usually have a pattern to them, and we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said earlier on direct examination. Your DNA testing, and your results that you're reporting to this jury. It does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
The defense is like, have you heard of a trash compactoring transfer? Are you aware that when put in a trash compactor, things might, go a little wonky?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer, that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects?
Hey, would it be likely, quote, if these, items of evidence had actually been compacted, that the hacksaw, that nothing would show damage? So you're telling me that you can put a hacksaw, a bunch of, tools, a hammer, and they're all going to get squunched without any damage? Oh, for the love of cripes.
It's a biological material.
Objection to the hypotheticals? Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection. Same question. Same result.
If two items come into contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biological material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
And does the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your conclusions based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular...
Oh my God, no, Grandpa Simpson, no hypothetical. This has been asked and answered both in direct and cross, and now ad nauseum and infinitum by nearly every single person that you deigned to cross-examine. Please stop.
Object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again. Let me start over again.
Yeah, because a restart is going to make the question better. My head
The
is
DNA
trying to
testing
escape.
on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological
If you can't form a question, there will be an objection.
substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown.
Wait, are we saying that none of the red-brown stains were in fact blood? This has all been a fig Newton of DNA and Skynet working together with the Easy Bake Oven to frame Brian along with the trash compactor. Is this like the new horror version of the Brave Little Toaster? Were all the appliances in together, Brian? I cannot deal with this man and his ridiculousness anymore.
Stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
Yeah, they're little honks of flesh that, they got out of all of the tools.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually referred to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols, that is.
No, actually, what's happened in DNA is that we've actually gotten better. So when DNA first started out, you needed a sample size. Pay no attention to my odd and Canton-like ability to put snack foods into a red Solo cup-like thing, but you basically almost needed a sample size of just one single contributor, about the size of a silver dollar or larger when we first started with DNA. But now that we have short tandem repeat, basically we can take small fragments of DNA and copy and copy and copy them. We're going to get more of these samples because more of the minute DNA, like the touch DNA, that maybe Brian was walking across and got some of his little boy's DNA or someone else's. We're actually going to get more of these sort of amalgamated, multi-contributor samples because we have gotten so sensitive that even minute little amounts of DNA show up, but not enough to quantitate. So if I, a naturally blonde, not very good at math person, can understand this, why, oh, why can't this lawyer?
Designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there is a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
See you at the side of the bench.
I mean, he is doing his job in pointing out that these might not be blood cells, that these, in other cases, you might have occasion to wonder that if all of these were in a bag, could there have been some transfer? Now, I do want to go back, and if we are getting off a bit early today, I will be going back and listening to the cell phone testimony because I want to go back because there was some talk about the SE iPhone, and I believe that is Brian's mother. And I do believe when they were going through the location data for Brian's mother, it closely followed the path of the murderabilia kit that Brian was putting together on the 3rd and 4th. But I want to go back and re-listen to that because I've slept since then, honestly. But it is one of the things that I want to go back and look at. Now, I will say that I did like the way that they did the DNA in this particular setup. So I wonder if with the, rest of the tools that I'm guessing that they're going to have done in different batches, if we're going to have the same sort of setup. Because we still haven't gone over, I believe, the hammer, the box cutter, I believe. No, there wasn't a box cutter. Hammer, we've got the hacksaw. There's the tin snips, the Craftsman shears, and there's one other thing, a tape dispenser, I think. And I do want to go back and listen to where the bags were taken out of, because I believe that most of the bags were found in the dumpster and not in the trash compactor. But I want to go back and listen to that because I do notice that when I'm taking notes and trying to do chat and they're highly detailed notes, I might not get all of those. Who decided to dress him up as Mr. Rogers today? Or Ned Flanders? And it looks like tomorrow we will be starting off at normal time for court. However, the first little bit will be a voir dire of, I believe it is Tom Malugin or something of that effect, the friend of theirs that was with them on New Year's Eve, if I'm getting all the facts correct. I believe there were some emails or text messages there that I guess there were motions in limine that were made, so there does need to be a bit of voir dire. I do not know if Mom is going to be taking the stand for either side. I came into this trial kind of with not a lot of cursory knowledge in it. I wanted to come in kind of with an open mind so I could not have any preconceived notions about it. And I will say the state has done a very good job. I have not been impressed with the defense, but I've been impressed with the defense's...
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Roddy.
But I have been impressed with both the state and defense and their willingness to stipulate to certain items to keep things going. Despite however cantankerous Old Man River tends to be when questioning, he does seem to be able and willing to work with the state in order to, speed up this case where they can. I know I was like, Rowdy Roddy Piper? What the heck?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Right this way.
This man needs a Snickers.
There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, Roddy.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay.
Sir, can you help me first, A, get a discount on throw pillows and then sell my husband on the concept of throw pillows, if possible? If not, can I get a discount on all the candles? Asking for a friend.
Well, I take it by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years. TJX, 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so, how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with...
Thank you for the super chat, Lefty. No, you cannot sell us on the concept of throw pillows other than throwing them right out of the front door. Okay, but what if they are in fact hilarious, like full of curse words and sparkles and maybe shaped like Christmas pickles? I mean, I'm not a normal girl. I mean, they're all going to be ridiculous. I'm just saying, if I find a Bigfoot throw pillow, I'm buying it. Mr. Moe's rules be darned. It's better to ask for forgiveness than beg for, permission. Although I hate that saying. Don't do that. Don't live your life like that. If you have a partner, tell them what you're doing. Don't be a jackass and sneak around. Of course, I say that as I creatively budget, food money into my craft. Never mind. Live better than I do.
With a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Ooh.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So
I'm so glad that Bucky, turned out okay after being the Winter Soldier and went on to start working at Home Goods. I mean, It's good that Bucky got into retail. I think it helps him. He's a people person now. I don't know why, but he definitely looks like the guy from Winter Soldier to me. So, this is actually better than the Winter Soldier and Falcon series from Disney. So I'm good with it.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive for the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as the next exhibit.
And Brian, did you go anywhere on your, scavenger hunt to hide evidence that didn't have CCTV? I mean, Brian, you could have avoided more cameras had you done this in the UK. I swear to goodness. Was there any camera you didn't mug in front of as you were putting, pieces of your wife in different dumpsters?
Any objection to that? No. I believe we're at 251. Is that correct, Madam Reporter? That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence. The Home Goods Norwell thumb drive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance? And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Oh, please tell me he catches himself and he's like, I look hot.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home? And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
Holy crap. Do we have him buying a replacement rug? Okay, all the guilty. Just guilty. He's in home goods. All the guilty. See, that's where they get you. Even if you're there to replace, a rug that you dismembered your wife on, you're still going to buy tchotchkes. Look, this man is over here buying like candles and cell phone chargers, lip gloss, fuzzy socks. Picking up some lifesavers, a couple Altoids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the
It's almost like you can recognize that particular carpet from the carpet that he put in his house during the first initial searches. Oh my God. Brian, again, was there any part of this crime other than the actual red rum that was not captured in great detail?
record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, Purchase Home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe that's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
Okay, I was right. That's a candle. Look, Brian, I'm going to straight tell you, there is no level of French vanilla and apple cinnamon and harvest spice that will probably get rid of the bleach and decomposition smell. Just throwing this out there. No, this guy wasn't a cop. In fact, he was a adjudicated federal felon, if not sentenced, at the time.
$255.
Okay, it looks like we jumped to the receipt.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255, the January 4th receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshalls December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I publish 256?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s next
Wait.
to.
Men's best bra? Am I reading that right? Let's embiggen this. Yeah, men's best bra for $79.99. Oh, we are Googling the hell out of this. If this is actually Manzier, we are here for this. If Brian bought himself a man bra, men's best bra. Bra for men. I feel like this is a joke, but I did put it into a, oh, well, these are interesting. And since I have to see them, now you guys have to see them. This is what I'm pulling up. I I am all the confused. I did not know that there was a this at all. I did not even know that this was a thing. Pray for the soul of my computer now? Yeah, I mean, maybe it's men's best bra in that they're so, they just make the cleavage area, just pop. Maybe it's men's best bra because they're like the Wonder Bra. I am hoping. I really am hoping, because it's a little weird that we've got an $80 bra and then a $15 kids toy.
The item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's best brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Brand, not bra. Well, that makes a scotch more sense.
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you.
Of course.
Right ahead.
Questions? Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, D.C. area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. But there was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, that's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to suspend there for today. I thank you for your work today. I bring you some updates with regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention, and so I don't want you waiting around for me to be cleared. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right. So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities, those orders. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't go on any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here at 10.
All rise for the court, please. There is closing notebooks. Follow me.
Okay, so this leads me to have a bunch of questions. Does she mean that all the evidence in the case, both sides, is going to be done tomorrow, or the state's case in chief will be finished tomorrow and we're looking at the defense's case in chief? Or has there been, again, I'm just going with speculation and I should probably just play, the thing, but has the defense basically capitulated and that's what the long sidebars were from this morning? Are those going to be addressed, or were those other issues?
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight, anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, and welcome and thank you for you guys, for those of you who stayed for this stream or came in at, odd times. At the end of every day's stream, I do a breakdown of the whole day, and basically I chop that up from this live stream and then set it to premiere at 7. So if you are here right now, the only reason to watch the premiere of the breakdown is if you want to see my face again, but you are in no way obligated to break down. So today was day 7, and there was some interesting stuff that went on early this morning outside the presence of the defense, though there is a lot of rampant speculation. We are not clear as to what happened. As soon as the judge came in and they were called to order, the defense asked for a sidebar. That was an incredibly long sidebar. It looked like they'd gotten everything done, and then they went immediately back to another sidebar with another prolonged wait and ceiling fan shown, to the point that the general kind of consensus was that Brian was going ahead and trying to plead, or there was some shenanigans with jurors. Now, I don't know exactly what went on, and it doesn't look like there's anything else that went on. We went back to the incredible, hellacious defense cross of the CSI lab guy. We were able to find out finally that the white powder residue was identified by lab testing as baking powder. We talked about, the knife on top of the fridge, and a lot of red blood stains. Basically, there wasn't any blood splatter that this witness could get into because that wasn't his job. So a lot of these questions seem to be based on trying to imply that there were too many CSI and state troopers in order to maintain a secured crime scene, leading to possible cross-contamination, and impeaching this witness on the fact that other troopers or other crime scene people hadn't noticed the discoloration on Brian's bedroom floor. The defense attorney made a big deal again that the only real places where evidentiary sort of evidence was found in the house itself were in the basement and close to the basement stairs. We got off on this random tangent about the oily film on the hatchet. And basically, the state was able to come back with redirect and walk the jury through, how you take and find relevant pieces of evidence in a bigger or larger crime scene. So that was kind of all we got from that after all of that went in. We then start our long line of DNA experts. We had Bryce Raymond, and there was a bunch of DNA evidence. It looks like they were able to submit 6 at a time, and there were multiple people that worked with each of these sort of 6 items. There are 4 steps to the DNA extraction process, and there were a lot of people today that were basically just foundational witnesses there to explain what they did with each of these samples. And he did some of the work on some of the samples. Then we went over to, let's see. We went over to the next person who was, and I love that I numbered these and still can't pay attention. Then we went to Brenda Kessel, Madison Frank, Troy Adams, Yoli Brega, Emily Oliver, and Mary Nagel. Now, these were all people that basically worked on a bunch of different things, and I will go over what they tested with the final witness for the DNA. But a lot of these witnesses were basically just there to show who had actually touched all of these samples with the way that they kind of did divide and conquer as far as with the amount of items in this case. So finally, to bring it all together, we get the, Suman Salim. She is kind of the overseer of the DNA lab, and she was the one that was in charge of interpreting the data on all the items that were tested. Now, the first item that was tested was the interior of the dark gray slipper. And that was a mixture of 3 people and one or at least one male contributor. Now, Anna was included in this particular mixture as well as Brian, which you would think would kind of make sense because those did look like male slippers. And this particular sample was taken with the intention to try to get the original wearer only, their DNA, to kind of identify who would normally use these in the regular course of every day. The next area of the slippers that was looked at was the exterior top left of the dark slipper. Now, that had a combination of 2 people's DNA with a male marker in it. Anna was included as well as Brian, but the concentration of Brian's contribution was so low that basically he couldn't be included with any sort of specificity. It was 77 times more likely, and anything below 1,000 is considered a very low sort of benchmark. Then we went to the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit. Again, this was taken to try to ascertain who was the person using the suit. So they were trying to actually just get a single source thing. And actually, they got a combination of 3 different DNA contributors and a male marker. Anna was also included in that, and Brian was 100 trillion times more likely to be included than excluded. So they did get a very strong presence of his DNA, but now, as I was saying, DNA is so sensitive that we're picking up trace amounts. I would say that it's going to be more common that you're going to have these combinations rather than a single source, just because they are getting so sensitive. Now, on the same Tyvek suit, on the exterior pant leg, and I believe that was the right pant leg, that was from a single source of a female, and that was confirmed to be Anna Walshe's, or at least she can be confirmed to be included. So the language of DNA is can be included, which basically means, yeah, it's probably likely it's the person, or excluded, it's not likely that this person's at all involved. So that was definitely, Anna's blood or cells of some kind. Stain D, the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek's suit, was a combination of both Anna and Brian's blood. But again, the contribution or concentration of Brian's blood was so incredibly low that they couldn't get sort of an accurate quantification on his sort of contribution. Then we went to the unknown clump of tissue found in the dumpster in Somsquatch. That was a single female contributor, and it was shown that Anna Walshe could be included. The red-brown stain that presumptively tested for blood, stain K from the basement floor, was a mix of 2 different people with a male contributor, and Anna Walshe was included. Brian Walshe was excluded from this. Now, they didn't go into a lot of detail as far as, it wasn't such a small, concentration or anything like that. The next thing we went to was stain C with the hacksaw, and that was confirmed to be a single contributor that was linked to Anna. The handle on the hacksaw was a single female contributor, and Brian Walshe was excluded because it's a single contributor. The towel in bag 1 was a single contributor, and it was proved that Anna could be included. The apparent hairs that were found in trash bag, I believe with the slippers, were a single contributor, and Anna Walshe was included. The red-brown stain on a carpet found in bag 5, a single contributor, Anna Walshe. The hatchet head, the one we've heard about ad nauseum, about the oily substance that was found on it, that was a single contributor, and Anna Walshe was included. The hatchet handle was a mix of 2 different people. Now, Anna Walshe was also included, and there was not enough of the second contributor in order to include or exclude Brian. Now, the last thing that was sampled was stain A on the tape with the gauze on it. And one second, I will answer that, was a single male contributor, and that was proven to be, basically Brian was included. This is probably his blood from his boo-boo. Now, Anna's DNA, it looks like, and was stipulated by both sides, that during the federal case, FBI agents took buccal samples from both Brian and Anna Walshe in 2018, and those samples were kept in their secured evidence storage facility until 2023, when they were handed over to the Massachusetts State Crime Lab in order to do control of known samples, in order to test these controls against all these items. So that's what it looks like, where they got the control, because I was wondering where they were going to get that as well. Because how can you prove that this is a toothbrush that only Anna used and things like that? But it looks like Brian's kind of tomfoolery with the fraud created a situation where we had a, federally documented and securely stored sample of Anna's DNA waiting for all of this testing. Now, according to, we had one more witness. We had Michael Roddy from the Home Goods District Loss Prevention, and he provided some surveillance videotapes that happened on January the 4th, showing Brian purchasing the rugs that were actually found and photographed during the walkthroughs. So it is kind of interesting how all of this is coming together. And we kind of got the surprising news today that at least if I'm understanding things correctly, it seems like the state's case in chief might be coming to an end tomorrow. I'm actually kind of shocked. I thought we would be doing more DNA testing since there are still more tools that were found. I mean, I guess maybe at this point the state feels like they've made a pretty good circumstantial case. I'm not sure. Now, the judge did say that the evidence was going to be done by tomorrow, and I am wondering if she's asking them to prepare potential jury instructions. Now, there are only supposed to be, I think, 10 or 8 to 10 witnesses, including Brian, for the defense. So I don't know if the state's nearly done and Brian doesn't feel like this is going to last very long, or what exactly is going on. Now, tomorrow, the jury is going to come in about an hour later. She's still going to start on regular time as far as for the attorneys, but basically they're going to be doing a voir dire, I believe, of Tom Malugin or something of that effect. I know it's a different last name. Y'all know I'd suck at names, but essentially the friend they hung out with on New Year's Eve, I believe, is going to be one of their last witnesses. And apparently there were a lot of motions in limine about some emails he might have sent or pictures he might have sent from his phone or some phone of the Walshes, or Walshes, sending him pictures of Anna and the children. So again, I'm not quite sure, but that's kind of what we're looking at tomorrow. Now, the voir dire is not supposed to take all that long, from what both the state and the defense said. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Again, maybe we might get confirmation of what the long sidebars were about. Right now, we don't have anything more than rampant speculation. But I will say I have been really impressed with the judges, management of this courtroom and her ability to, kind of keep everything going. And then everyone's generally working together as much as they can, both sides, to make this an efficient trial for the jury. So that's kind of what went on today. It was a little bit odd, and I will be curious to see what other people made of the incredibly long sidebars earlier today. And, feel free to look around. I will be looking around to, see what other people are speculating about. And you guys, remember that tomorrow is Cosplay Wednesday. And if you go over to the community page, you can vote early, vote often for whether we're going to have Mermaid Mo tomorrow or we are going to have League of Their Own tomorrow. I was able to get a, kind of licensed Rockford Peach, from the League of Their Own costume. So that's what we have. So go vote if you want to do that. And if you want to hang out with me for more time tomorrow, every morning at 8 a.m., I do Mornings with Mo. We do headlines, true crime, and all the absurd. You know, the morning news you need and all the politics you don't. We leave that stuff behind. I find crazy clips and just the most ridiculous things you can find. So that's kind of what I do in the mornings. And then at 10:30, we will be starting up the Petty Express again for day 8. So have a lovely evening. Thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you, Squid Raiders, for raiding as we are finishing up. Let me see if I can find someone to send you guys over to, since I'm trying to be as awesome as Baker and remember to do all these things, but I usually have a Baker to remind me. Let's see here. And I'll send you guys over to Lacey Jane. It looks like she is watching the Jodi Arias trial. So, you know, that is always a fun blast from the past, and crazy ex-girlfriend you can't escape. Like and subscribe, you know, share, invite other people to the Church of Mo. I will be back here tomorrow to do another day of this. And thank God Friday's a half day, because the defense is about to test the last little bit of Jesus and sanity in me. Go spend time with your family or, you know, hang out. Let's decompress and meet all back here tomorrow for another fun day of shenanigans and court drama. Bye, you guys.
Goodbye.